comfort me and tell me lies. Ants in my room, the telephone, it never rings. They've cut the cord and unionized. I'm never alone, and if I was, I'd start to think, but I hear them whisper every night. You'll be fine, my baby. Oh, you've gotta trust me. It'll all work out in the end. Just maybe you'll be fine, my baby. Oh, you've gotta trust me. It'll all work out, 'cause no one's gonna love you like the evening news and everyone I've ever seen. They complicate and compromise. I'm leaving food, so all my friends come back to me, and 2 by 2 they prophesize. Oh God, I want it. Oh God, I need it all the time. They're in my conscience. I feel them cutting all the wires. I can't believe it. But somewhere deep
Oh wait, I forgot I'm supposed to start the stream. I was just listening to the song. Yeah, I really like Carter Vale. He has a mix of, like, goofy and sincere music. But okay. We're not here for his mix of goofy and sincere music, though. We're here for my mix of goofy and sincere game development. I haven't even opened Godot yet. That's how you know that I'm prepared. I'm also starting the stream 5.5 hours late, as is tradition. I mean, I haven't started at 9:30 in, like, a month and a half. But I did wake up early today. I just had a stomach ache. I couldn't start the stream until like 1:30. And at that point, it's like, well, I better take a walk first or else it's going to be nighttime. And that's part of why, like, this past week I've been in such a bad mood. Not drinking enough water, not going to, getting in 8 hours of sleep, not even going outside for multiple days. Classic signs of, like, I'm going to have a terrible mood. Oh, wait, which song is this again? I actually wanted to remember. Okay, it's called Solstice. I was literally, like, trying to remember the name of this game yesterday. We had the Solstice soundtrack by Tim Fallon. But okay, what I'm going to do today is basically, I'm going to play through the level that I have, and I'm going to make a detailed to-do list of what I want for each room, in terms of aesthetic, in terms of gameplay, in terms of different things. So we're going to go at the ends of eras. So opulent medium, I'm going to say room by room, basic game design, story, art design. Okay. So I also need to fix up the whatever I do. Okay, so go to, no, we don't need to go to this. I need to go to this save, delete the autosave. And I think at this point we don't need any of these, so I'll just delete them preemptively just in case I do need them. That way I can regret it later. But yeah, I went on a, like, run/walk on a treadmill yesterday, and that did a big boost of my mood, because I was in a terrible state. I was, like, having heart palpitations throughout the day. Oh yeah, I forgot. So yeah, minor bug things, like, the fact that I need to have a designated... I need to mark some parts of the chunk as always visible when the entire chunk is visible. I'll just put that here as, like, Actually, let's make sure that I remember which room is which here. Top side. That's our first room. All of these should be visible. Hang on. Right, I see. So yeah, just make all of these visible for now. Because this, hang on, how is that? Oh, I probably see what it is. Yeah, this should be, if it's not, engine hint. Okay. But yeah, so going from top to bottom, start to first, top side. Actually, what I should probably do... how do I want to design these things? I'm gonna do it differently. I'm gonna have each room, and then I'm just gonna have, like, a bug. So, like, or let's say tech. This song's a bit louder. Oh, I see. This is Dora Pejasevic. Or Pejasevic, I think. I think that's a Czech name. Okay. So, tech. Mark certain chunks as always visible, or give a larger bounding box. Yeah, or I guess, yeah, mark certain chunks or rooms of a chunk. Okay. Basically a special, like, entry chunk. Okay. And I think from a design perspective, I certainly want more for the demo. Well, a little bit more for the demo. I don't think I need that much. Well, I should figure out what the design of the actual structure will be, including the concrete, including the things around it. Yeah, let's actually start from this. So I'm going to do 3D here. Get thereabouts. We'll just get created in here. Oh, I also need my tablet. Classic Sunday stream blunder. Because I take my tablet with me when I go out on Sunday. Or Saturday. Whatever it is. I didn't even use it on Saturday because I forgot to push my changes for Kitty Found a Camera. In fact, I'll do that now. While Krita is loading up. I got so mad on stream yesterday. No, on whatever day it was. Thursday. I just gave up. Yeah, all this stuff. We got a lot of textures that I just did not do anything with. That's a lot of stuff, I guess. It doesn't feel like that much. Why is it taking so long? Is there something wrong with the... What's taking 30% of the CPU? Just don't take up that much CPU. Godot. Yeah, there we go. Maybe now there'll be a hope of, like, doing this in time. Okay. Oh, this was also probably not helping. Okay. Git commit duplex. I think made the texture files just have to do all the drawing. So yeah, our 1 week project will turn into a 2-week project, has turned into a 3-week project. Fun there, but that's okay. Oh yeah, I forgot I was actually going to get my tablet. Okay. Okay, back in precisely 2 seconds. Precisely, you can count them. Alright, I'm back. So where does this thing go? I see. Thankfully, I rearranged my power strip, so it's a little bit more convenient to plug in everything. A little bit. Yeah, okay, there we go. So yeah, I think what I want is get that screenshot, paste it into Krita, and then we'll go from there. So I think, yeah, I think that's fine. Okay. So, what do I want exactly? I think let's get some references here. In fact, I'm going to do 4,000. Did that do what it was supposed to do? Let's do 3,000. Because, I mean, it does, like, crumple and die if I edit too many 10, or, like, 128 by 128 pixel images, so I shouldn't get too crazy. But okay, I have a lot of concept art that I've used before. Let's see if I can find that. It's probably going to be... Well, it's probably under, actually, 1605 concept art. Let's see. Oh yeah, I used to generate AI images. Well, like, I have one AI-generated bathroom. Why did I have that? Was that because I was trying to figure out how the medium would generate things? Maybe. Alright, where the heck is our locations? Because I had a bunch of, like, ancient Egypt. And I think that's going to be the primary point of reference. Yakazi thoughts. So we have a bunch of these as well. I'm tired of, like, a bunch of, like, dud files. Because these are basically, anytime Krita is saving a file, overwriting it. Let's look at Charade. Let's see what I did for that. Maybe we can do something similar. Right, because I should really understand the core design, I guess. Or, like, what is the story being told by the location? Who are the Tsirdi? Because they have these stone ruins, and I know they're going to be kind of trapezoidal just because that makes for good climbing. Okay, this is good stuff to look at, though. Because I think this will be a similar design to what was in Shira. Or this, the exterior of these old ruins will be a lot like this, I think. Yeah, because I like these ruins. Okay, what's Charade 2 look like? Okay, more reference, similar things. Okay, and yeah, Charade used to be the capital of this location. Or of the, like, Tsirdi. And I guess that could still be true. Alright, and here, what was I doing here? I was doing some more paint. Oh yeah, I was going to paint over this with, like, a shanty town, I think. And then I didn't bother. Yeah, because this was the original, like, tree design. But okay. I think I have some ideas. So I think, actually, first of all, I should figure out what the actual shape of this is going to be. I think probably truncated pyramid, like you might see in Mesoamerica. Just because that is a, like, good climbing shape as well. Conducive to video game content with the moveset we have. Maybe just steep enough that you have to climb so it gets your stamina, or it gets your blood pumping. Let's call that sketch 1. I'm trying to think, do I want something different? Like, what other techniques could we go for? Let's go to ancient cities. Let's just Google ancient cities. Ancient cities. What if we did Zoroastrian cities? Or Zoroastrian, like, ruins? I like this tower. I think... Yeah, let's think about what the place would be. So, this is a necropolis. So... Oh, wait, no. Let's have that still. So, yeah. Necropolis. So what we might want is, like, a ceremonial temple in the front. Or a ceremonial stage. At entry, and it would be destroyed. And then probably a pathway that leads down into the deeper ruins. Down with, I think with a ramp for... Basically what I'm imagining is, like... They have, like, a staircase here. You know, along this. And then they actually put a casket here. And they have, like, people on either side, so they don't have to carry it, they can just slide it down, or, like, roll it down. And they basically just hold it to make sure that it doesn't, like, fall over. See if this... I don't think this will really make sense. Yeah. Okay. This gets, I think, the vibe of it. So yeah, and that way they don't have to do the, like, dangerous process of carrying a heavy casket and walking downstairs, because it could be quite steep as well. And that way it hints at some, I don't know, ingenuity, I guess. So yeah, basically... Stairs with raised ramp for casket. And then they'd have some gods who are, like, here. I guess what would they be, actually? Okay. Admittedly, that's getting a little ahead of ourselves. So yeah, I think a good start, though, is the raised platform. It'd be partially buried. Yeah, there was, like, a altar stage here. Probably had a similar thing, like the raised central pillar, for which people would have. So basically, altar or pillar here, some destroyed statues here, perhaps. And then you might have, yeah, the ramp that goes like this, and then your stairs that come up to here. And a lot of this would be buried, so I don't need to worry about it that much. Yeah, so that way they can just walk their way up here, enjoy that. And I should also figure out, like, the geometries of these guys. You know, how do they construct buildings? What are the angles of the walls? What are the angles of the floor here? You know, because I have this trapezoidal shape. What do they want with that? I think maybe they do hexagons. That would be interesting. They do hexagons. I will declare that that is the case. Well, yeah, that'd look cool. That'd look cool. Maybe. Let's just go to Blender and whip up something. Because I'm thinking almost, what is a hexagon pyramid, truncated hexagonal pyramid on both sides? Probably a truncated sphere? Not quite, because this has a pentagon at the top. Okay. But basically, I'm thinking, let's also get a circle in here. This will be 6 as well. Oh, this angle is a lot shallower than I thought it would be. I guess we'd have to do, like, here to here. And then this would be the angle that we use for, the actual, like, here. I'll show you. That's way too shallow. Or that's way too, yeah, I guess that's the right angle. Or name. Shallow. We'd have to do, like, half of that, I think. Like, And I like having these sort of geometries to all of these guys. Okay, that feels better. So, you know, this is where the structure would be. Well, I guess my big question is, does this look better than a square would? So if we hide that, and then I just do a cube here instead. If we just shrink this down and then do this. Like, I think the square just looks better. Well, I guess what I could do as well is we could have, at each point here... What if we did, like... this? Oh, wait, okay, so that's exactly the same. Let's do... .6 RZ60 and 20. There we go. How does that look? Does that look like anything? I mean, I feel like there's something here. Wait, and let's make sure... Okay, so this is the correct angle still. Alright, because I haven't scaled it up or down. But okay. I feel like this is distinct enough. So yeah, we basically get, like, a line from the bottom of a hexagon to halfway up the vertex like that. So I'll basically keep this here as like our sacred geometry. Actually, I like that little diamond shape as well. We could integrate that somewhere, maybe. Well, Yeah, I'm trying to think, what would the hexagon symbolize? Because they know how to count to 7. They know that the older society used a 7-pointed shape. I suppose it could symbolize, like, the loss of something, a loss of connection. So I'm gonna go to D16, Jak 4, concept art, environment. Go to Tsirdi, who aren't here. So let's say Modern Tsirdi. Because ironically, structures are going to be like thousands of years old, but they're the Modern Tsirdi. This will be like ratios, or like... Yeah, because I like how it's constructed. I like that basically we have like a particular angle, and it's constructed in a way that like this feels like an ancient thing to do. Like instead of defining an exact angle, you get a hexagon and you divide, you bisect one of the faces and then you draw a line from the one point to that opposite face. Or that opposite midpoint. And that's how you construct the angle for the wall. And then for these, I don't know what exactly I do. What if we put the cube over top of this? How does that make me feel? What if we put a floor here? And this is like the actual ground, so that way I don't have to look at the other bottom parts. And then what if these were raised upward? I don't care for that, actually. Yeah, what if we put these here? And then I'm thinking... scale these... Oh, I see. I guess my big question is, do I want this? Okay. Yeah, I think then the question is, where would this bisect that? It would be there? Oh yeah, but this ratio has no relationship to this ratio, basically. Basically, we would take that there. And then if we bisect this exactly into 6... Let's do actually 2 instead. And then we could have like 2/3 the way up, there's a door. So like that. And then you basically just have this here. How does that look? Does that look like anything at all? Does this resemble something interesting? Let's go back to my drawing here. Right, so if I were to add a cool thing, it'd probably be a cube like this. Mesh, dare I say, like that. So let's imagine this thing in its heyday. So let's say, you know, that's our ratio there. Let's get it from about here. And we'll just model it approximately like that. Let's do this. Okay. So that approximately aligns with the geometry that we have elsewhere. And then, what can we do from here that would look cool and interesting? We could have a hexagon that, like, spreads out from right here, where these points intersect. And right about there. I kind of like that. So if we scale that down to there, what I can do is then generate mirror. So how would I properly depict this thing here? I think I'd want a full-on hexagonal staircase coming down from here. And basically it would line up exactly with these shapes. And that would merge into there, and then this part here would do that so that it's not very visible. And then, you know, this whole part would be like coming down. These are stairs. And that means that technically this thing should actually be like merged up like that. You know, so you can use your big ol' imagination to imagine these as stairs. And I could figure out, for example, cut that face. Amazing. Alright, I guess what would I do here to make sure that this face wasn't so funky? I guess I would just make it so that this part here also aligns with that. There we go. Actually, what if I just dissolve this edge? We don't need that. We don't even need this one, barely. Well, no, we do need that one, actually. But okay, I think I like this. I don't think I like this bottom part here. I think I would prefer to just have this come down and like that. There we go. And then actually, let's have this inner thing here. Actually, what I should do, let's just scale these so that way they line up exactly there. There we go. So now we have some sort of hexagonal pyramid structure. And I guess my question is this anything? You know, is this a direction that I find interesting at all? Because it could be that it just doesn't look enough like it doesn't emulate the ancient style. Let's look up, like, ancient hexagonal structures. Maybe there was something. Hexagonal wonders in ancient architecture. So I think here... Are these actual... Were these naturally occurring? Result of an ancient ... Of an ancient what? Of an ancient volcanic fissure eruption. Very curious. What the fuck am I looking at? This... Can we just, like, abolish, like, money on the internet? Like, what is the point of this website? It's just one AI... It's one AI-generated image and, like, slop article. Why does any of this exist? Why does the internet exist? Okay. So, what is this? Eastern Kazakhstan hexagonal pyramid. Okay, I wonder if there's going to be any other photographs of this thing. Okay. I'm going to remove hexagonal and just see if there's any, like, more that I can see of this place. Alright, whatever. I think these hexagonal structures could actually be, like, pillars, and then upon these pillars there would be a statue. So I'm going to emulate that with a cube. Alright, I forgot. I can't, like, just do Shift G8 here, because if I do that, or Shift S8, because that moves every vertex to the same point. I think. Does it? Yeah, it does. But okay. So let's say this is our man. So yeah, there we go. And now we actually need to rotate some of these. Okay. So yeah, do I like this? What if I did... No, .6. I'm trying to think, how would I want it to be? Like, would I want these to face inward toward... I think I would. Okay. And then I think the rest of these just need to be rotated. Let's do a individual origins. 60 degrees? Negative. There we go. Basically, two of them facing inward. Kind of. I'm curious as to why this one is not in, like... They're not symmetrical. Oh, it's probably because I didn't make this thing symmetrical. Yeah. It's just... I just didn't set it up correctly. Oh, well. This is just a placeholder. So, yeah. Imagine statues here. This is the altar for, like, funeral rites and things like that. So yeah, I think the hexagon symbolizes, let's do some like lore here. Modern Tsirdi use hexagons. The lost art of constructing a seven-sided shape, which cannot be built with a compass. Let's do that. Seven-sided... I better check, double check to make sure a seven-sided shape cannot be made with a compass. A heptagon. Okay. Regular heptagon construction. So as 7 is a Pierpont prime, but not a Fermat prime, the regular heptagon is not constructible with compass and straight edge, but is constructible with a marked ruler and compass. Okay. So basically, we can say that they believed the old Tsirdi had some method of constructing a heptagon that was lost. And so they used hexagons to symbolize losing, like, something from their ancient civilization. Yeah. Could not be constructed analytically, though they believed the ancient Tsirdi could. Hence their extensive use of 7 and 14 pointed shapes. Okay. So that's the big difference between, well, also besides the material, because the ancient Tsirdi also used this copper alloy that I will also be redesigning quite soon, as in hopefully today. But okay, I like this. I think I need to also figure out who the statues are of. So let's do, I guess I need to get this. So yeah, we got a lot of... Oh wait, no, I just realized. This is that. Okay. Writing, design, Gelrin. Yeah, close that. Who do these statues depict? Okay, so there's going to be Tsirdi, MD. I guess Modern Tsirdi. Okay, so the statues. So yeah, because they have some sort of idols. Mythical idols. Let's say this. Aesthetic lore. The statues depict, figures, but what are they doing exactly? Maybe they're fighting... Maybe it's, it should be something thematically relevant. It could be the roots of the plants. Man. I'm gonna sit down. I've been in standing mode. Okay, so yeah, the big question is... Awesome. Now I'm fiddling with my chair. I think it should be something to do with the trees. Let's get another statue in here. They're bright green here. So yeah, to separate themselves from, like, Emirate ruins and Islamic ruins, they'll depict human forms, which is not what you... or which is un-Islamic. And that'll help contrast them if I make other ancient ruins. I think maybe the tree itself? Because I'm still not sure exactly the role the tree plays. I do think the trees are actually, like, parasitic. Like, the ancient Tsirdi were actually, like, trying to fight the tree. Let's see. Yeah, it's been a bit. I was not feeling up to streaming for a while. But I guess I'm doing better now. Yeah, how are you? But yeah, I think it was like I'm substantially improved my mood after going on that run last night. Okay, let's see. Concept art, environment, Tsirdi. I guess let's call this opulent medium. I'm gonna call this, like, room underscore topside. So what if we have the soldier, what if we have them like this? And they're like trying to fight. And they'll have like the classic Renaissance, unbalanced, like leaning predominantly on one foot type thing. Do I want this? What if they're depicted with the seven-pointed shape? Also, why is this not symmetrical? So basically, they do their best to make... because they can't construct the seven-pointed shape analytically, but you can just kind of eyeball it. And then I'm going to do... let's see, we need 7-point symmetry. Why is it wrong? Why is it not in the correct place? I guess it's fine. I imagine something like that. Actually, let's review my... I have heptagonal crystals somewhere in here. I think it should be... I'm just going to get it again. I can't figure out where anything is. Okay. So this is heptagonal crystals, I believe. Though they have a high it doesn't have the like center of the heptagons here. Because basically the thing about these is that they are they have no translational symmetry, I should say. And so if you don't have the center, it doesn't like appear at a normal or guaranteed. Yeah, I would like the nice central component. Heptagonal quasi-crystals. Let's see, I need some photos. Baby need photo. There we are. So yeah, they can depict these, but they choose not to, out of respect for the ancient Tsirdi, who they believe had a means of perfectly constructing the heptagonal shapes. So I think what we would do is we would have basically this circle here be the actual depiction. There we go. I think that'd be neat. And basically now this is a depiction of the ancient Tsirdi, instead of it being a depiction of some sort of mythical figure. See you soon. Let's see, I'm going to do that. So yeah, basically they would have like this here. Close enough. Yeah, that's basically the shape. And this will also be the shape that's used internally in the opulent medium as the panels that move outward. And so I think it'll be a much larger version of this crystal, if I can find one. I have seen images of this same heptagonal shape. Quasi-crystal created by lightning strike. And that's a hexagonal quasi-crystal, I think. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yep. Yeah, now we're getting into hexagonal. But yeah, I think I can generate these, but I'll have to look up a research paper. But yeah. Basically, they eyeball the heptagonal grid rather than using a hexagonal grid. So I guess I should figure out more details on the... Oh, wait, hang on. So yeah, what are the details of the ancient statues? So yeah, the statues depict the old Tsirdi. With the heptagonal grid behind their head. as a sort of halo. Most of these have been destroyed. Yeah, so most of the time you'll just find the statues and they'll be like blown up about here. And then, yeah, there might be one that's still alive or something, or one that's, like, remaining, not alive. The statues aren't alive even when they're preserved. Okay. That feels fine. I guess the next step is, what do the statues look like? Because I'm trying to think, what are similar, similar groups? Like, because we typically have statues that depict, like, specific people, not just a guy. Oh, ancient statues. Let's look up statues. Egypt. These are quite well done. Okay, let's at least get some reference here. Yeah, because I don't think the old Tsirdi ever actually made statues depicting themselves. In fact, there's no, like, there's no written documentation, there's no artifacts that can be, like, removed without damaging something. Like, they're all machines that are, like, integrated pieces. So yeah, let's look up some ancient Greek statues. Yeah, ancient statues. Because I think ancient Greece has very different statues than ancient Rome. It is kind of interesting how basically the Romans found the statues that the Greeks made and they're like, wow, this is cool. We should just base our whole thing on the Greeks. And then eventually modern Italian, or like 14th century Italians found the ancient Roman statues and they're like, wow, this is cool. Let's start the Renaissance and like do that again. So it's like a pastiche of a pastiche. Yeah, I think... I guess I struggle to tell, actually, even, hang on. Ancient Greek sculpture. Yeah, because I think they conflate ancient Rome with ancient Greece a lot, even though ancient Rome is a lot newer. I'm gonna double check that though. I could be completely lying. Because I could have sworn that it was basically like the Romans rediscovered a lot of ancient stuff. So why didn't you want to do a live stream? I was just tired. I hadn't gotten a lot of sleep. Yeah, okay. It does seem like, though, there's quite a lot of range. Fall of the Western Roman Empire in 476 CE. Okay, yeah. I was right. The timescales aren't quite as far as I thought, but yeah, you can see that these are from like 100 BC to like 480, where the ancient Greek sculptures, yeah, it says like 650 to like 320 BC, so there's like a couple hundred years between Greece and Rome. So yeah, I didn't realize... Okay. And these are like archaic Greek sculptures, I guess. So I think that more emulates the vibe that I want to go for. Like, very ancient. Not quite even what the Renaissance was renaissancing. Where there's still a lot of, like, I guess stylization, I'd call it, of the fate and form. Exactly, yeah. Because, yeah, a big thing that helped was doing exercise. An Ethiopian's head and female head with callus instructions. Attic Greek uniform. Interesting, so... Huh. I'm curious where this is. Okay, so this is from 520, so they were, I guess, just interacting with... Where's Ethiopia again? I guess it's not that far north in Africa. So they'd have to travel pretty far. Oh, okay. It's further north than I thought. Yeah, because it's right next... I didn't realize it was right next to the Red Sea. Yeah, I thought it was... Let's go to map of Africa. Yeah, I knew it was on the east side. Okay, yeah, I guess it's just it's near water, so... Okay, yeah, no, that's still quite a trip to get up to Greece from Ethiopia, especially in the ancient times. You'd probably take the boat into this, and then I think there's a strait here that goes into the Mediterranean. Okay. Yeah, you don't see a lot of that, like, Because, yeah, I mean, you don't even think of, like, Greece interacting with Egypt, even though it's just across the Mediterranean. But maybe that's just because I'm dumb. And I don't know anything about anyone. But okay. So I'm gonna go to... What else am I gonna look at? So I don't think I need to do anything here with that. What's the weather like? It's been warming up, but it's still rainy here. But okay, I think then the next question is there, like, are there glyphs painted on the sides here? Where would the other things be? Let's hide our, like, there's gonna be, like... What is this? Okay, that's gonna be in statues as well. Okay, so I like this. And then the next step is to figure out, yeah, where would the other things be? I know. I need this. There we go. Okay. So now what I can do is, I'm going to merge this at cursor, and then I'm going to delete this face. Only face. There we go. Okay, so now what I can do is I can grab this. Oh, wait. I need to grab this one. So what I'm thinking is... Oh, wait. Dot 6. There we are. Okay. So basically, we would have pillars going out in each of these directions. So dissolve only faces. So yeah, hide that. Hide that. And I guess we don't really need... Oh yeah, I guess we do need that one. I think what we could have is... What would we want? Because we would not want the, like, center here to be thrown out. Yeah, because I'm realizing what I'd prefer is probably something like that. Where, like, this point here... Yeah, basically where this point is actually the hexagon center. Because it's going to be awkward to, like, get up to this thing. Ah, well. Let's do like that, and then I'm going to do parallel to this line here. So this is basically what I was talking about, where there's stairs on either side, and then there's a ramp that leads up, and then I think it would not do anything like this, actually. It would just do that. There we go. So you'd walk up this, and it would, yeah, maintain perfect parallelism at all points. Trying to think, do I want to make this another playable thing, or do I just, maybe I just copy and paste these into the thing as like a placeholder? And then I'm thinking, how would I transcribe this shape? Like, how would I relate this shape into this shape? I think what I'd do is here... Actually, let's just do that. Let's do another circle. See, where would I want this to be? Maybe here. So, like, basically, like, transcribed hexagons. And then what we can do is for this part here... we have this go outward. Oh, wait, no. There we go. So we can have it go out like that. And so instead of being lined up here, it's lined up there. Actually, I think it'd be better if this was then transcribed to this line here. What's the relationship between this shape? Because basically, yeah, what is the actual, like, meaning of this point here? I guess it's because if we do this again... Oh, wait. We aligned that there. Yeah, so basically... Okay. So that's good. So that makes something that is interesting to look at, but I don't think it'd be very interesting to climb, because it would just be too simple. I suppose if we compose these shapes together, you know, you could have then, like, this do like that, you know, for more, like, larger structures. And actually, there are some advantages to the hexagonal grid in, like, very large hilly areas, because you'd have gentler angles going downhill. Much to think about. Yeah, because I think, for example, what if we had this go up like that? Or actually, hang on, I'm going to put some little blocks here to make sure that I don't damage the hill or don't disrupt the beautiful, tender structure around us. So how would I want to structure the terrain around this thing? I think it starts going downhill right about here. And then make this smooth. And then basically, like, this would go, like, up like that. And what I'm imagining is on this wall here, we would, first of all... Oh, wait. Generate... Actually, I'm just gonna EZ... Okay. Basically, all of these would attach to the terrain. I made it way too high up, though. What did I have for lunch today? I had a breakfast burrito. That was pretty good. But yeah, so I'm thinking when we solid here, go up there. Actually, I need to randomize the colors. Why are some of these random colors the same color? In fact, where's my modifier? There we go. Okay, yeah. So what I'd really like to do is make a geometry node, but I don't care that much. So yeah, I'm imagining something like this. You know, where all of these are actually like one wall. This would be kind of neat. Oh wait, I forgot to actually make these all unique. But yeah, I would make a geometry modifier. Or maybe get my wall builder working again. Oh, that'd be easy, actually. Because then I wouldn't even have to, yeah, statue and some ruins. Yeah, I'm working on my other game. Has more ancient buildings. Yeah, so hopefully this sort of conveys what I imagine the, like, utility of hexagonal grids would be, in that in these very uneven terrains, instead of having things that are, like, super steep, you can always try and find an angle that's, like... Oh, I guess this isn't even doing what I wanted, because I still have the angles going parallel to the slope. Which, I mean... Yeah, that wouldn't really be what you'd want here, I don't think. Because what I really want is... Like, we still want this line to be parallel to the direction of the slope. Okay, maybe that'll work. There we go. Okay. So now at the very steepest point of the hill, the walls don't go down very far, so you could use these as paths relatively easily. You wouldn't have to have as much zigzagging and then try to make a grid work with the zigzagging. You would just have the grid be hexagonal. So yeah, very frail justification for having a hexagonal grid, but I also think it just looks interesting. And yeah, that'll make it definitely stand out. Yeah, I think that'd be okay. Especially because they're going to be very heavily damaged and basically replaced with a more traditional, like, square-ish grid by, like, the modern societies. Like, they don't use hexagonal structures. But okay. I think I like this. I think this is good enough for me. So what I might do is I might also move this stuff to its own collection. And then what I can do is get all of this and put it in the game world. Well, I don't need to do that yet. I'll say, like, topside tech, art, create new structure. Or, yeah, like, build the pyramid surrounding ruins. So, I guess, like, probably also develop some sort of, no, I guess I'll just develop some simple pieces. So, like, decide on a grid size, make wall pieces. Yeah, because I don't need a system, like a script to place them. Because they don't need to be very precise. I can just kind of have the walls be anywhere. Because it's been hundreds of years, potentially more, since these ruins were used. But okay, that seems fine. And then I should also start figuring out, I guess another art thing. Oh yeah, or I guess, pyramid and surrounding area. So yeah, some test hills. Designs. And then also modern buildings. Okay. And I guess like later ruins. Oh, and concrete blocking the ruins. And that'll be like chunks of old buildings plus poured concrete. Okay. That is one room done of like the 12 that we have, or 15 or something. Okay, let's go back to the video game now. So actually, do I want more for the actual game design here? I guess we do need more game design here. Oh, shit. I pressed delete by accident. Okay. Takes a bit for it to come back. Game design. To find the entrance. Used by the black market. Believed to be picked clean. Okay. And then we have like the secret passage, which should be, I think it needs to be like, I think it should integrate with the rest of the ruins better. Basically, it should, instead of dumping us out into this random, like, hallway, it should dump us out into a proper necropolis, like one of these things. So I'll say that. Like a small hole in one of the home, or in one of, like, a home or the convenience store that I had before. I'll do that, I think. Yeah, I'll do that. So yeah, bring back the 11-7. Okay, so then passage... Is that what this is called? I need to actually have the opulent medium. Okay. So yeah, secret passage. So, game design... Block entry with door, art, design, or I guess small hole with ladder connecting to the necropolis. Basically, that whole structure is filled with concrete, and so they just dug a hole, and just, it basically will be a straight drop down into here instead of this little winding pathway. Because it wouldn't make sense to, like, do all that when you could just dig, like, 8 feet and break through the stone. Okay, and then we get to the necropolis proper, which is this whole section. And so I think what I want is for this whole way down, we have the coffin and ramp. Or yeah, those ramps with the coffin. And then we'd have statues here that are, like, defaced. And then we get into the grand hall. And this is where it's going to start convert. Like, it very quickly changes from the modern Tsirdi, which will be the stone, to the old Tsirdi, which is the metal. And so I'll need to reconsider how the metal is designed. Oh yeah, I forgot. I should probably have a sound that doesn't scare me so much. Yeah, you can see a lot of these places are very placeholder. Oh, my music died. Oh. Oh, the song just ended. That was weird. Alright, I'm stuck in here now. So I'm actually thinking... How do we handle that migration? I think it's going to be very sudden. Yeah, and these 14-pointed stars will be, whatever they are. I don't know. I guess unique to the old Tsirdi. Okay. Okay. So yeah, statues depict that. Most have been destroyed. Oh wait, no, this isn't what I need. We need to go back to here. And I think we need to have... So this is now going to be... Yeah, I guess I'll just call it Hall. So I guess main necropolis. Or I guess the actual necropolis. So yeah, let's say design, So for actual game design, do I need anything more here? I think what I want is mostly more dialogue. And maybe some optional areas, so maybe like we make these higher up. And then we have, like, we raise the ceiling, we do a bit more optional stuff. Higher ceiling with some optional stuff at the top. A bit of a challenge. Get the height. And then... actual necropolis decoration. So this would be, or let's say art decor. And yeah, this is going to be whatever it's going to be. Ramp for the sculptures, or no, the ramp for the caskets. The places to temporarily hold bodies. And I don't think there'd be many remains. Maybe there'd be some remains. Some from people who couldn't be... Because basically, they would have some advance notice that the necropolis is going to be filled in and blocked off. And so they would try to get the remains out, and maybe a few people weren't able to. And so there are some remains here. And that could even be a side quest of, like, transporting the bodies out of there. But that'd be very mechanically complicated to figure out how to, like, get the logistics of that. So yeah, potential side quests, let's say... retrieve the bodies for a proper burial. Yeah, let's say that. Okay, but yeah, I think we don't need too much more here other than the actual, like, art assets, because this is just meant to kind of build anticipation and provide some sort of story building for what this place is to the modern Tsirdi, and then we get into the actual ossuary. So I think there's several things that I want here. Right now, it's, like, for example, it's a one-way chamber right now, and I think I would want... I like having these 4 paths, but I think there needs to be a way back up from the bottom there. It can be quite hazardous, it can be quite treacherous, because maybe, like, the stairs have been removed or something like that. Yeah, I don't know how... How did they actually get the bodies down here in the first place? I think maybe they had to, like, move them, like, through one of these other doors, and then go down and spiral down. And then they could, like, get their way to there or something. Yeah, so I think that's a art design thing. So game design, I think what I want is a way back up. Game design, more collect, so like, small holes with collectibles. And basically you are actively ransacking the corpses of people. Well, maybe I shouldn't reward that. Yeah, I think I won't reward that. Because basically Jackie isn't here to, like, actually, like, be a tomb raider. She's here to, like, find out, I guess, about the medium. But yeah, so I think a precarious way up would be fun. I think I figure out how to design the slots for the bones. Because in reality, it wasn't meant to be an ossuary. As I've said before, it was actually meant to be a neutrino detector. And so this whole chamber was originally filled with water, and I think I want to imply that, first of all. So, art. So we'd have some way to flood, or like imply, fill and drain water. Maybe show, like, the cave underneath. No, that'd be too much. But okay, and then we need some way of coating the walls that they could fill with bones. It used to hold sensors. And then also we need art, redesign materials. But yeah, so I think that 14-pointed star is no longer the shape that we have here, or maybe it is. Yeah, I guess I'm fine with that. We can use the heptagonal grid elsewhere. Well, Yeah, I guess I'm fine with this. But yeah, the big thing will be... Oh yeah, also for art, we need to figure out how the modern Tsirdi actually get bodies down here. Art, how do the modern... Or how did... Because, yeah, all of these walls, from floor to ceiling, will be filled with bones. Like millions of people's bones, I guess. Well, maybe not millions, but hundreds of thousands, or maybe more. And there'll just be a texture that repeats a lot. Well, maybe a texture that's randomized. That'd make more sense. Basically like a billion little squares that each randomly pick one texture. Yeah, and then from there we'd probably have big leaps like this. That'd be fun. And then I also need to redesign these doors. I need to figure out the art of the button. Oh yeah, now we're stuck in here. It's a one-way trap. Oh wait. Player toggle no clip. I'm thinking maybe old elevators? But then how would they get around the thing? Because these were people who were, like, here, like, hundreds of years ago as well. They wouldn't be using, like, modern lifts and things. I think maybe they added handholds around the radius, and then they had rappel points. And so the Tsirdi would actually they would have some dedicated climber, traverse the ledge, attach to a rappel point, and then climb down, or up. Yeah, okay, that would be interesting. So yeah, there's a lip that they added. Tunnel, and used ropes. Let's say that. And we can imply that with maybe some ancient rope or something. Or I guess maybe even there could be just an old, old Tsirdi stuff in here. And I gotta figure out as well, like, what to do about these doors. Or what to do about the fact that this chamber sticks out like this. Yeah, because I gotta figure out a lot more art stuff. And I think this bridge should be much more narrow. So yeah. Art. Make the bridge much more narrow. So, and I think game design, small holes with collectibles, or something, yeah. Lore, and then dialogue about the ossuary with Grazia. And that'd be here as well. Okay. So yeah, because I think I'm fine with the player... Oh yeah, there should also be probably multiple doors, so that way the player, like, you know, will probably climb down to the wrong one at first, and they'll be like, well, this door is locked, I can't do anything. And then they see the one with the button, and then it activates, and then it does the thing. Okay, and art should also be... redesign button. Art, add other doorways. It should be implied. Many entrances. Or it should be... curious back way. And then we go into here. And then this room looks pretty bad, I'd say. I want to figure out, like, what is the actual purpose of this room? What would its function be? Because I gotta remember, also, these should be designed like bulkheads. Because there should be water up to about here when it's normally functioning. And so there'd be, you know, millions of pounds of force on these doors. And so, yeah, I guess they'd be some sort of emergency flood hatch, perhaps? Maybe that's the one that we get through. And, you know, so then it would, like, flood into here. Maybe there'd be some sort of emergency drainage. That'd actually be quite interesting, I think. Because we could have, for example, this pit here. And then a similar thing. Okay, yeah, yeah. I think this is an emergency drain pit. So what's this room called? This is probably like room 1. Stripped Ruins 1. So art, this was a, so this was an emergency drainage system. So like massive grates leading to a seemingly endless cave below. The door is, or it looks waterproof, water damaged even. And then we'd also need to do like art, stripped ruins. Or like, let's say stripped metal. Because yeah, they've been trying to like harvest the metal from this place and sell for scrap for a while. Yeah, and that would explain why it looks so funky. And basically, I would knock down this wall, have just lead, or it would just lead down to this hole. So there'd be like, instead of 1 or 2 separate rooms, one room, door opens, water floods through here, dumps into some sort of massive grate. The grate is punctured here. Okay. So massive grates, hits. In the room is a hole in the grating. Or is damage in the grating. And then I also need to figure out some more art design. How do the falling platforms actually look in the game? Will they be falling platforms? And also, where are the fans coming from? Where are they going? Why is this fan here, for example? I mean, I guess this is now kind of like a panic room bulkhead. I'd say that's fine. So, our double door puzzle is now a panic room with airlock. Yeah, how the heck what the heck are the falling platforms going to be? Because I don't want them to just be there. Let's also make sure... Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, these doors don't quite work. Because they should be an airlock now. Because, yeah, this is not how airlocks work. Because, yeah, admittedly, I don't really know what the puzzle here was meant to be anyway. I guess this could just teach the player that, yeah, I'm just going to do that. Game design, make double door into an airlock. So, tutorialize buttons having multiple effects at once. So basically, instead of what we do here, which is basically you have to sprint past this before this door closes, it would be the opposite, where you have to wait for this door to open to not only make it more lore accurate as an airlock, but also to make it clear to the player, like, okay, this is having two different effects, like this door and then that door open. But okay. And then this place, I think this might be like an this might be part of that water handling system. So maybe this place just has more like pumps and controls and things like that that we can use. Yeah, because I think it's going to be the fans here. Like, what is the purpose of this fan, for example? Because I think what it could be is, a water pump, and it just happens to blow the player around when there's no water in it. But why would it be running if there's no water? And also, water pumps are different from fans. You can't use the same thing. They have different, like, tilts and things. They have different properties. Because it could still be like some sort of air duct, since there also seem to be using this location for you know, the research itself. Like they have, you know, the lab, and then they have the medium for computer stuff. Admittedly, the fact that this place, it would actually make sense for this place to have such a low lore, because you would want it to be an emergency, like another emergency water drain. So that way, if water leaks out of here into here, it flows down into here before it damages the actual, like, mechanism. Okay, so that's fair. I am thinking it would be interesting if the player could interact with this flooding mechanism, but that seems too complicated. I don't want to deal with it. Especially since right now the player just instantly dies when they touch water. But okay. I think the way that these platforms work is they're going to be little spindly arms that attach to the platform, and then they fall. And then instead of them, like, physically, like, instantly resetting like that, instead the platform just, like, brings the arm back up. Or, you know, the arm just brings the platform back up. That could be very complicated to set up, though. And also then it'd beg the question as to why you can't just grab the arm and climb on it. And it would beg a physics question of, like, what happens if the player, I don't know, doesn't do that. What I could do instead is just have them use some sort of magnetic system. And so, like, they might be a bit wobbly. And then it could be interesting if when the player When the player deactivates the power, all of the falling platforms are permanently disabled and just fall to the ground. But then how do they spawn back up here? But okay. I'm going to say basically create that. So these platforms would be something like have some sort of mechanism over here, some sort of mechanism over here, then our platform in the center. And it could be fun if each of them does have a different thing. And then I'm thinking also there could be like little magnetic bits on the side. So basically like, I guess basically these things here. And then we'd have like a spooky wave here. So we'd have basically two different kinds of bridges. We'd have these ones which are supported by something else, and I think then this would have some sort of distinct thing on the front. Device. And then for the, so this is our falling platform. And then for the self-sustaining platforms, I think I'm fine with them being square. And what they'll have is the distinct device and the magnetic hooks. So then this thing would be here. There we are. Okay. So, okay, this would be... And, bars. And bits. Okay. Falling platform. This would be, concept art environment. Gelrin. Where the hell is my... How do I keep having different locations for all of my stuff? Like, because is it in places? No. Is it under... Yeah, literally, how do I have... Because environment was supposed to have... I literally saw a folder called Gelrin. Man, where the hell is this thing? Environment Modern Tsirdi. So that's under D. Is this under D as well? Modern Tsirdi. I guess I just put it under Ancient. Okay, whatever. Environment, Ancient, Falling Platform. Okay, and this gives me a good enough thing I'm fine with this, I think. And then the way that we would have these is they would typically be actually all sustained in one straight line. Yeah. So that would be a subtle design change where, like, yeah, you would always have platforms, or like, whenever possible, platforms would be in a straight line, because that means that you would only have one of these, like, pairs of machines sending, like, power through it. And that feels a lot more, I don't know, specific, I guess. Well, I feel like I can still do something better. Because I want it to still be more mechanical. Maybe a railing instead? I guess I'm fine with this. And then here you'd have probably just like 4 pairs, or yeah. And then these would actually be replaced with standing like free or platforms that are like physically attached to something that aren't floating. So stationary floating platforms should be replaced. Art should be attached to something. Okay. Good, good, good. So yeah, the next big question, what are the fans for? So I guess that's complete, but I haven't designed it. So redesign floating platforms. So there's the sender things, solo, or like falling platforms, platform bridges, animated platforms. Okay. That seems like a start. I'm going to use the bathroom. Back in a minute. Okay, I'm back. Alright, so this could be perfectly fine for falling platforms. Alright. I think that's good enough. What do I want for the actual game design? Let's play this again. Oh yeah, I also need to figure out the art for the switches. Put that in here as well. And I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that in here. Ossuary art, timed buttons, how to integrate with environment, how to symbolize, or how to convey timed power. Because I have some ideas of what I could do, of basically like have it light up like this, but it's some sort of mesh, and then the shader like gradually turns black from start to end, rather than, you know, some sort of ball following a platform, or ball following a thing. But another thing that I would want here, more evidence of being stripped away, which I guess I've already like tried to design. Yeah, I think a lot more optional optional paths would be fun. Like maybe you can climb over here, you can do that stuff. Yeah, this is a place that's begging for more optional stuff to do. And then this is like clearly the way to go, I think. You know, hopefully the player's like, oh yeah, this is obviously the optional thing. Why am I not jumping as high as I was before? Okay. Kind of awkward. I don't really like that puzzle, quote-unquote. Let's say that as well. Or I don't really like the... falling platforms. Mix some climbing in here. Yeah, because right now, it's very awkward. Because I think, in part, for example, that the... What? Oh, I see, okay. But okay, and then I'm dead. Yeah, I don't think those are the greatest thing, especially because, like, you can literally just go this way. Like, we could have a much shorter bridge here, for example. Or, I think what it should be is the bridge is required to do something. I need to slightly reorganize this room such that maybe you have to go from here to there with the bridge, and there's not enough space to do a long jump. Okay, let's say that for challenge 1. Not really like jump. So challenge 1, make bridge shorter, and have a midpoint, I guess. Interesting. Challenge 2, mix in some climbing. Also, I think the senders and receivers should have a railing. That'd be fun. Sender receiver things, they move on tracks. And that could be used to have, for example, maybe there's, you know, sender and receiver things, and then there's a at like an angle, and then the platforms are still straight, or maybe they are angled when the tracks are angled. So, yeah, because you could have these two on just like a plane here, so then, like, you know, the little thing can move and move the platforms. And I don't need to make them actually interact. It can just be, like, implied that they can be moved. And that's why these are floating platforms. So that way the they can like just trivially move these bridges. Okay, I'm fine with that. And then, yeah, this place is kind of insane. I still don't actually know how the fans connect to everything. I think we would need this fan to be above. Oh, yeah, I guess this is above the water line. Yeah, we could say that that's the... Like, it's not expecting... Or it's not designed for water to go above this line, maybe? Why do both of these wires... Oh, they don't... I was wondering, like, why do both of these wires go to the same door? But it's just the refraction is so strong from here that it looks like there's two separate wires. Okay. Okay. I shouldn't get too distracted. Yeah, stripped runes one. What the heck is the fan doing here? Ideas, so water pumps. But why are they running without water? Maybe they're malfunctioning. Yeah, they could be malfunctioning. And then maybe air ducts. Are they pointed up? And then also art. Redesign fans. Okay. I feel like that's all that I should do here. Or that's all that I should, like, write down, because otherwise I'm going to drive myself crazy. But yeah, I think mixing in more platforming... So maybe, like, the first bridge, I think is fine. To have it just be, like, jump on the platforms in time. But it might also be so easy that the player doesn't even realize that they fall, because, like, look at this. I just jump like this. There should be something that's very difficult to do, but easy to save. You know, easy for the player to save themselves. I know. It'd basically be a platform like this, and then a platform that's up above them that they can crouch jump onto. But as they're crouching, this is going to fall, so then they hit this, or so then they climb this. And there might be a little lip here just in case. Okay, that makes sense. So yeah, I'll say that. So challenge 1, make some bridge shorter. Make a challenge very likely, or fall, but can easily save themselves. For example, they can crouch, jump to, but platform will fall out from under them. Then they have a lip they can grab below, and they can climb up to the platform instead. So yeah, basically minor red herring of like a platform that's high here, jump down, uh-oh, can't do that, so then you just grab the wall and you just go back up. Or you fail that and you just land back down there, and that's fine too. But yeah, I think this would all be... Yeah, I think it would be water pumps. It would not be air ducts. And so then the question is, yeah, why are all of these water pumps able to run? Okay. Let's do that with this as well, so stripped ruins 2. So I think here... I'm fine with the game design as long as we remove some of these, like, holes in the terrain, or, like, random, like, gaps in the, floor. Yeah, because, like, all of this stuff, I don't need that there. And yeah, so I think what it'll be is it would also be a continuation of the water pipes. Yeah, let's have some partial flooding, actually. So yeah, this was an emergency drainage system, partial flooding in a low spot. That'd be fun. And we can do the same thing here. So this was probably like water control and touring. So basically every fan comes from a pipe, partial flooding in water pipes, and then like some old water damage. And then yeah, we should probably redesign these fans so that they look more like water pump pipes. And then I think this should probably be moved further away. Because basically, let's double check to make sure that you can't just jump up here. Yeah, you can just jump up here. So this needs to be, this platform 3, I think, needs to be higher up. So yeah, challenge fan toggle. Should have, or should be further from any walls, probably higher up. 2. Any other things that I would need here? I guess we would imply some sort of water controlling mechanisms. I'm not sure exactly what. But okay, I'm fine with that. And then we have this pipe. That would also lead up to here, and I don't know what this would be. So stripped ruins 3. What would stripped ruins 3 be? And I think the game design here in this room is perfectly adequate. Because, yeah, I don't think... Yeah, I think it's mostly just making the art make sense and making this location feel like a thing that has some sort of meaning. And then we can have some sort of, like, we can take advantage of the high ceilings here to just have some collectibles up on top of stuff. Try to figure out, you know, how to make the building feel more unified. Yeah, because I think a lot of these designs as well. I don't know, it should probably feel more like there should be two distinct kinds of doors. There should be doors that it's clear people are meant to walk through, and then circular doors that are meant for... Okay, I'm going to put that in here as well. So two kinds of doors. Humans and water. So water, circular. Human, triangular. Rectangular? I guess maybe rectangular with some cool triangular embellishments would be fine. Or I think, I know, a quadrilateral section of a heptagon. Maybe. Let's go to Blender. What I would do is... circle 7. Actually, that's not what I want. There we go. And then basically what you can have, perhaps like this. Ooh. And then this. Wait, hang on. That didn't do quite what I wanted. Actually, I have a good idea. Let's do these two edges. No, I know. I still want... Ugh. Yeah, basically I want this. Oh, okay, now it decides to work. Okay. There we are. So this is our door. Okay. Door shape. Actually, let's actually keep this here. So that way I know how to construct it. And basically, I'm just going to keep... Let's delete these as only faces. There we go. So now you can see the construction of it. It's a heptagon where we take a line from here to here, and that gives us a relatively square-shaped door, a relatively useful thing. Okay, so that's going to be environment. Where's Galerin? Ancient. Doors ratio. So yeah, the new doors will be constructed of this mechanic, and these will probably move like this way. So like it'll be 3 separate pieces. And that, I think, will be sufficiently cool and alien looking. and then the other one would just be a circular sort of thing. So that way it's clear that it's like, this was not meant for human beings to walk in. It was meant for water to go through. Like, you know, I think a lot of these doors, for example, this door might be an emergency drainage or something. And then that means like all of this. So basically like this upper section would be where the water normally sits. It might be a tub or like a tank or something. Yeah, let's say that. Water monitoring and like tank. So, high doors are for humans. Low doors are water control. Or are for water. And so yeah, I think we'd also want 2 distinct kinds of buttons for those 2 as well. Oh, wrong button. You know, maybe water control doors never have a panel in front of them, for example. Yeah, it is a very strangely laid out place. I don't know why they would have designed it this way. But okay, and then I think this might just be extra water tanks. And they just keep it stored up this high for some reason. Let's say that. Alright, but then what? Then why would it be... Why would we have this passageway here? What is the meaning of this? Because this leads into the... Oh, what if it's just a very small pipe that's ruptured? So, like, there's water cooling that's going to the thing. Okay, that could be interesting. I mean, I don't know why they would pump the water all the way up here, only to pump it back down, when they could have just pumped the water, like, a significantly less amount of water. Ah, well. Who knows? But okay. Stripped. Oh wait, no, we have that as already. So this is going to be a water tank. So that means like water lines, partial flooding, pipes leading in and out. And then, yeah, replace neat cutaways with ruptures. And the ruptures should also be cracks, because I imagine this metal is actually brittle. And it's some sort of brittle, or a composite of a brittle metal and a more tough metal. And what happens then is something or other. Okay, now Jackie's not so tired. Her eyes were getting dark. But yeah, so it'd look like tempered glass, basically, whenever it's damaged. Oh, I just realized, without Razia, we're actually soft-locked here. So what if... Ooh, I just realized. What if we get... Okay, so from a game design perspective, we need to be able to, like, not soft-lock ourselves. So we need to be able to open the medium there. Medium, game design, soft, locked without Razia. So solution would be provide a key card to open the medium door separate others. Okay. So yeah, basically we would get a key card to unlock this door, or we just get some way of opening that door. That'd be fine. Yeah. Or some other method of opening the door. Because then we don't have to have too many of those things, so we just like, ooh, what if it's a one-way door? So you have to go through the whole, well, I was about to say, what if it's a one-way door, so you have to do this whole platforming segment again the next time you come in, but then I realized, why? Like, how is that better? How is that a good feature? It would be much better to simply make it so that the player can unlock this door, and then they're like, wait, there's nothing here, though. I can't, like, I sit on the medium and nothing happens. And then, oh wait, no. They should be able to sit on the medium as well. So, yeah. Game design. Let the player sit at the medium. It does its cool thing. Get simpler dialogue than the full medium. Maybe. And then art. Why does... Alright, let's remove that. Art pipes leading into medium chamber. Let's say that. So, and yeah, let's have that in here as like metal, or damaged metal is like tempered glass cracked into cubes. Because yeah, this whole texture will also need to be revisited. Yeah, what if this thing is partially flooded? That could look cool. Like we come all the way down here. Oh wait, no, I need to completely reshape this thing as well, because it's going to be a cylinder. Yeah, I forgot that I'm going to do that, because I want this to be a circular series of panels. And that means that this room should probably also be cylindrical. And that means... that begs the question as to, like, how that makes it a better place. And yeah, this would definitely be a water tank that's attached to here. And I don't know why you would have a massive entry here then. This would be a horrible idea. I think this should be another ruptured pipe. Yeah, and then it comes into like some sort of little partially flooded chamber that's like up here. So that way it's like there's less pressure on it. Because I'm also thinking like if there's just like a little dinky pipe here to do like some water cooling or something directly attached to the gigantic tank, that'd be a terrible idea. You'd need a smaller sub tank. So basically like, you know, some tubes here that the player can jump into and crawl through. And then those go into a small tank that's like here. And then that leads down into the larger tank. So that way it makes more sense that like they can pump different tanks with different things. Or like different pressures and like not blow up everything. Okay. And I should also make sure that, how are the rooms like structured here? Am I naming these properly? Landing. That's what this should be. Or let's say, yeah, let's say landing, game design, soft lock there. And then we're going to have medium. Because medium's going to have a lot of stuff in it. So yeah. Art. Room should be cylindrical. Cool. Tiling for the medium itself. For panels. somewhere for the water to escape. Lots of pipes along the walls for some of cooling / hydraulics. Yeah, okay. That would make sense that they'd have to pump a bunch of water from elsewhere. So maybe that's why the tank is right here. Okay, yeah, that would make sense. And then, instead of this being like this strange little key shape with these pipes here, it would be a massive cylinder with that being a circle. And then there'd be pipes all around us. Yeah, and then you would speak to the medium here. There'd be a little emergency water flood there. And then back here, there'd be all the mechanics of the medium, which I think I'd like to have more stuff with, too. Yes, and that begs the question as to what all the rest of the water is doing here. Or what all those other pipes are for. And I think there might be, like, rows of pipes. That'd be interesting. But okay. All of these are going to be, like, sub-tubes, like sub-chambers now. Okay. And that would make sense. So that'd explain, like, why you can, like, get right up next to the water level. That would explain why there's so many fans. None of this is meant to be, like, normally walked into, because this is meant to be just, like, where the water is stored when they aren't having it in here. And then these are all, like, emergency water control panel things, places. Okay. That makes sense. That wasn't the right button. Because I still needed to do things, but okay. So yeah, after... Oh yeah, we need to also then... room should be cylindrical, art... mechanisms. So each panel has an arm. Because, yeah, this is partly why I really want the, I would really like the falling platforms to actually be attached to something. Is because I'm going to do that for the opulent mediums... Oh, panels. That spooked me. But yeah, so instead of being... what they are, which is just a series of square panels... We can probably see it somewhere in here. Yeah. Each of these is just a regular square. I think it'll probably be... I think the whole thing should probably be about half the size. Like, vertically. Oh. Yeah, I'll say that. Smaller vertically. So room should be cylindrical, about half the size of panel, or of the existing height. Or existing grid height. That makes more sense. So yeah, the diameter would be about half that. And then we get into the back here, and then that's where all of the water has been going to, or it looks like a bunch of water pipes have been going there. And then after that, it then goes through, I guess, here. So each of these pipes would lead to, like, cooling, I guess? Because, you know, you're getting hot water, and you're turning it into cold water somehow, and then you're recycling it into the system. And so everything here might just be... It might just be radiating heat out into the cave system. Ooh, that would be fun. That would be fun. Okay. So let's make sure that all of this is attached properly. Yeah, I think what it might be is the back panel. Interesting. Oh, here I go. Okay. So yeah, this part is this part? What is this? Boundary? Yeah, boundary is where the mechanism is going to be. So each panel has an arm, and then they have a series of pipes. Oh wait, I forgot that we were supposed to go this way first. Okay, so who are you? Chamber backing. So yeah, chamber backing is going to be the water tank. So I guess, like, look up real water tanks. So enter through a burst pipe. Yeah, let's say art connection to chamber backing. Ruptured pipe leading into a sub-tank. Okay. The water tank, look up real water tanks. Also, all doors below the water, or so all doors below highest line, let's say below the bridges, are for water only. Okay, and let's see, actually, is there anything here that I would want that I don't have? I think the big question is, why would this be here? Why would there be a time gun in the water tank, anyway? Maybe somebody just died down here? No, that wouldn't... That's not what I really want for these guys. I don't want them to feel like they left this place, or that, you know, I don't want there to be, like, conveniently placed skeletons of the ancient guys. Because the ancient guys are supposed to be, like, not even clearly human. But okay. So yeah, the partial flooding here is good. I like having lots and lots of deadly water. Because that makes it clear, like, what this place was supposed to be, I think. And then we can have a water line way up there. In fact, let's have that. Way at the top. And then, yeah, as before, all of these pipes need to go to something. And we also need a lot more in this water tube. Yeah, so I think the big question, yeah, is, like, why the hell do they have this thing here if there's, like, no purpose to it being in here? Because, like, this is, like, I mean, it's a valuable thing. And yeah, I think from a storytelling perspective, I don't really know what the function of this gun was. But okay. I guess I'm fine with this as some sort of contrived water pipe. Oh shit, these are already going down. I just realized I have to beat the blue ball Whew. Okay. So I was a little slow. And I think after that, these places get a little bit confusing and contrived. I'd have to figure out how to actually make it so that the mechanics work the way that I want them to. Because yeah, like what is, like how is this turned into whatever the hell is turned into, water pumps? You know, if every water pump leads to a fan, or if every fan should be attached to a pipe to imply that it's pumping water from somewhere to something. Like, what the heck are these ones doing? Maybe they circulate the water, and so it's like, you know, this one has a pipe that goes into like a lower chamber. And so it pumps water up into here. And then that one specifically is just like to agitate the water or something. Yeah, that's good enough for me. That makes sense enough for me. Yeah, I think each of these places now. Yeah, so our test chamber, or our playground, is the big question now. Yeah, because this is clearly a tube that would go somewhere, so we could have it. We could just have like gratings, and then it bends off, and then we don't know where it goes. But everything else here, I'd like to figure out, like, the significance of the time gun being in this neutrino detector. Maybe there's just a massive machine that has a whole bunch of pipes attached to it. And it's like, it's being cooled in the water for some reason. Yeah, because I want it to be, from a gameplay perspective, I guess I could have just a pipe, like I could have some sort of elevator or something, like a pipe that goes up, and then like there's a ruptured pipe up here. No, but you'd have to be able to get out of here. I know, what if it fell down, and if you go up, you can find this place. Aha. Yeah, okay. I'm seeing the vision. This time gun fell into this pipe at some point. And you go up here, and then you see this lab. Like, you have the ability to get up here later. And then you can, like, look down and see this tube here. Okay. That's good. That's good. And that could imply this is where the scientist found the first device, and then he couldn't find it again. Oh, right. Is this, oh, okay. Refresher 1. Oh, okay. It's called chamber backing there. Okay, so that's all part of chamber backing. So yeah, playground and, time gun room. Okay. Time gun. Time gun. So art. Time gun fell down from the labs up above. And basically connect those in such a way that this makes sense. Okay. And that means that would explain, this is a place that you can only unlock once you have gone through basically this whole thing and gotten to here, where you get the thing, or you get your key pass. And that lets you go through both doors. And then this bridge would lead to the time-slowing lab. And now it makes sense that there's a lab up here above the water line. And all of this other stuff is assumed to be below the water line. And then the medium here, probably higher. It'd probably be about like, I I guess this whole elevator would probably be lower. Or it would not go as low as it does right now. It would just go about to like here, maybe. And then this would be a cylinder. And then this whole section here could be raised upward. So that way it's not quite so like below the water. Okay, and also, I'm imagining an enormous tangle of pipes in the center of the chamber backing. So here, where there's all of the... or no, in the boundary area. Basically, there's like some sort of... you know, there's all the arms, which also have water going to them. But then the really big thing would be like some sort of computer, and it's just a mess of pipes, like just a true tangle. And there's just a few places where you can like jump in and get sucked up into like the other inner machinations. Okay, and that means that this whole section here would basically be heat sinks for the pipes, because now they're like super... well, actually, if it's cooling for the computer, then why is it still working? I guess most of the computers... oh, okay, I see. My brain is connecting the dots now. The water, or there's still enough water to maintain functionality. It can warn you that the water is low. So yeah, I'm going to put that in here. Writing, warn the player that the water is at a low level. Okay. And yeah, also art here, about the same ceiling height. So raise relevant connections. There we go. And yeah, here. Full of tubes for the computer systems. And yeah, I think it would be good to have some of those pipes here. Okay. Admittedly, this isn't very exciting work, but I do basically all game development for At the Ends of Eras on stream, including a lot of this ideation stuff. But yeah, and At the Ends of Eras especially is a game where like I need to spend more time planning than making, or more time planning than doing. Because I've been burned before on like not measuring before I cut. But okay. So I see the main changes to the actual overall geometry will be converting this into a cylinder, converting that into a cylinder. Oh yeah, also for the time gun, we have the playground. So game design, more time gun interactions. So like maybe some enemies. Timed buttons. Doors that close too quick, or... Doors that close instantly, maybe? Okay. So yeah, and art, this will be another, another sub-tank. Yeah, fell down into a sub-tank from the laps below. Okay. I really like the fact that I had been wondering what the purpose of this room would be, and now it has a purpose. It's our cool time gun lab. Is this not... Wait, hang on. Why is it... It still thinks it's running. Okay. Oh wait, I didn't even save the getting the time gun. Well, that's easy. Yeah, so the only now... It feels like this place now makes sense, except for the fact that the fans are still running even though there's no water, and the fact that the fans can blow you just as much as they blow, like, water, because, I mean, that's not how fans work. A good boat propeller is a bad, hair dryer. But who knows, maybe they know something we don't. Maybe they're just that powerful. In fact, that'd be completely acceptable, maybe. Okay, so what I'm gonna do... That didn't work very well. Let's see, so what is my new video game about? This is one that I work on every Sunday. It's about, I guess you explore a desert country. Yeah, you explore a desert, finding ancient ruins, I guess is the best way to describe it. But okay, I do think that is a little bit too tight, so I will call that there. That's going to be chamber backing, sign, final, or like big gauntlet is too fast, I guess I'd say. But okay, so you get that key, and now you can get through all these doors. Thanks. Alright. And actually, I kind of like not having a bridge here. You know, maybe there's... Ooh, actually, I like that. The lab. Art, broken bridge. So art as well. Connect to the gun room via burst pipe. Let's see. Was it easy to create the menus? I guess sometimes the menus are quite a lot of work. Yeah. So, because they can have, like, they can be very complicated and subtle. But okay, and then the player can come down here and die instantly. And now they have to do that again. Or... Aha. Ta-da. And then the upper chamber of this room. I need to figure out what exactly this is going to be. Because this is some sort of bridge here. And then this is a pipe. And so I think this might be another, like, water control area. So yeah, I'll need to figure out how to connect all of this stuff together. Ooh, actually, what if I made the, what if I made the tubes here look more like regular, tanks? Like, instead of it being this, perfectly, like, cylindrical shape, it's actually like a series of the tubes that you might see on, like, a scuba tank that are, like, attached together in a semi-cylindrical fashion. We have too many, like, one-way doors as well. I'm gonna say that should be changed so that most of these doors are actually two-way. In fact, a lot of places, we don't even really need doors at all. Let's just say that as, like, an overall thing. Fewer one-way doors. So yeah, many don't need to be doors at all. Others can be two-way. Yeah, because there's a lot of, yeah, unnecessary forcing the player to do things. Especially because now I'm kind of... Oh, wait, no, I'm not soft locked. I'm just annoyment locked. Or annoyance locked, basically. Where it's like, I'm not stuck, it's just going to be annoying to get back to where I was because I have to do a bunch of stuff again. Well, I just have to do that one challenge again. But yeah, like, I can't go back into the main chamber unless I go up here and then through all the stuff with the medium again. So yeah, we have to then go back this way. And that gets us a thing. Oh yeah, I still need to figure out how to make it so that you require the time gun to get past the mechanics. How do I make that work? Because yeah, it needs to be something that closes up very quickly unless you have the time gun. So yeah, some soft lock prevention would be good here. Also, you can see a lot of these rooms are a bit too connected, so I think there could also be... I could have explicit disconnects. Ooh, I think that'd be an easy way to do it. Basically, right now, rooms are automatically connected based on their, like, overlapping collision. So yeah, I could just have it be that, like, each room, you know, each room has a list of explicit inclusions right now. Basically, like, for example, that room there is not technically adjacent to this room, but it's always visible when you're in this room because I just marked it as such. I could do the opposite, since, for example, we can't actually see the water tank from here. But it's always visible because they overlap quite a bit. It's like a cylinder. So yeah, like a bunch of stuff here doesn't need to be visible at all. That makes sense. Yeah, because especially because if we're here... Yeah, these are the rooms that are considered adjacent to this chamber here. And so yeah, we could basically just mark that as not visible. And we could even do a similar thing for, we could probably even have like scripts that control when rooms are visible, because like most of these rooms aren't visible until you get the door open. And then, for example, when you're standing in the medium, this room can be visible. But okay, I like having the lab there. I think we are getting closer. So yeah, we have now gone through, we've gone up to the lab, we've gone to this backing chamber. Oh yeah, we need to see the observation. Okay, so I called it observation. Oh, and also Refresher 2. Refresher 2 is just another substation, except that we churn water, I think. Substation, oh wait, no. It's not called substation, it's called Refresher 2. So, art, another sub-tank. So yeah, a pipe to churn the water? Or no, a fan to churn the water? Or something? Okay. And yeah, I kind of like the idea of rounding out the edges, turning these into more cylindrical shapes. And that could also add some interesting complexity to climbing on the surface. Because maybe there's places where you can, like, kind of save yourself. Like, maybe it's not just one big cylinder, it's like a series of almost spherical shapes that are, like, very closely packed together and kind of overlap to make, like, grooves and things inside the tank, like in the walls. It'd take a bit to explain. Yeah, basically, art. Let's go to, what the heck is it called again? Chamber backing? Art? Smooth edges. Let's say rounded. Yeah, rounded edges, potentially made of cylinders, spheres, joined together. So yeah, I'll just look up like gigantic water tanks or something. And then we'd probably have some enormous water pumps somewhere. But yeah, it seems like it would not be doing so hot with the water here. Maybe we have the water up high enough that it's implied that it's, like, doing okay? Nah, I don't care. This place is drying out. It's been here for 1 billion years. It's only a matter of time before the whole thing falls apart. But okay. Now we get more of it. Trying to think with my big brain. What else do we need? Okay. So we got this thing. I think the design is fine here. I would like more alternate paths in here. Or I guess some optional stuff if you fall. Or yeah, some optional stuff, I guess. I mean, I guess I need optional stuff kind of everywhere. But yeah, because we got this whole gigantic space here that's not used at all. So I want to make it clear that you can get up to here, and then observation. Observation, art. Deck. Okay. That'll be fine. And then also art, redo the key card. And emblems. I mean, obviously redo, like, all the doors, too. I like this shape. But okay. So yeah, if this is a water tank, we should have it be, yeah, rounded as well. Actually, maybe instead of a bottomless pit in this area, it's just water, and it's just flooded. That would make sense. Yeah, and then that would explain, like, we could link it up somehow to here, or maybe just have tubes, and then it's just, like, implied that you can get there. Okay, so I'm going to have that here in Stripped Ruins 1. So, bottomless pit and the damage. So, massive grates leading to flooded water. Bottomless pit in the room is damaged in the grating. Yeah, okay. Okay, and now that explains that, because then we can have this thing here be like, well, more water or something like that. Or like partial flooding in this room. And I think we could have a bit of partial flooding in the ossuary as well, maybe. Yeah, I'm thinking like it's just, it has like knee-deep water. And then there's some sort of tube that goes down, which doesn't make sense because it's lower. The floor is lower than our water tank, so it doesn't make any sense. How do you drain the water if you have to pump it up? Well, I guess that makes sense. You just pump it up. Okay. So that all makes sense artistically. And then I think here, I'm fine with just having, like, we can have a bigger tangle of pipes here. But, oh wait, no, I'm fine with this as well. We just have an internal series of things that are like more and more complicated mechanisms. And the capacitor room here. Let's have that change. Capacitor art. It's a massive, or it's a larger control room slash area. So yeah, lots more machines in here. The capacitor. Easy to miss. In fact, the player should miss it. Yeah. So basically, when they walk into here, the player should, like, be overwhelmed by the complexity of the machine, and then Razia sprints off, and the machine turns off. Or the whole thing shuts down. Oh wait, that's the wrong button. Yeah, so we need to figure out what the heck this pipe would be for. I guess maybe just another ruptured pipe. Yeah, I'd be fine with that. Basically, it's just a pipe where you get into it, then it leads up, and then you crawl through some tubing and stuff leading out into here. Yeah, that'd be fine. We got, I think ruptured pipes are going to be a common theme here. And once this room is different, I'll have to reorganize the shape of it, but that'll be fine. Because, yeah, we'll have the tangle of pipes, and then these will basically go to the same places, I think. I'm fine with that. And then the real question will be, what the heck are these things supposed to be? I guess maybe they just get more abstract as I stop giving a shit about designing it. You know, it's basically art, I'd say. I did at one point want to make a 3D platformer where the environments got more and more, or less and less realistic as you went along. Like, not just in terms of, like, grounded set dressing, but also, like, in terms of the actual proportions of the environment. Because a lot of 3D platformers, even when they take place in real places, the proportions have to be so exaggerated to make jumping on them interesting that it's very difficult to make a realistic-seeming place. Or the illusion very quickly falls apart. But okay. I keep forgetting that my input is eaten. Oh, interesting. These are too hard. Yeah, it's already up there. I don't want it to be that hard. Well, I guess it's okay. Do I want more here? This feels awfully sparse for what we're doing up here. I think this is going to be the heat sink. So, like, all of these pipes will just have fans, and it'll be fans and, or fins. Which does beg the question as to what the heck would be the point of this place, but oh well. Oh, wait, wrong way. I think this place is a bit too... Yeah, this place is too extreme. And it's not very interesting because it's just a series of long jumps that are hard to do. So I'm going to say maintenance 2. Timing is too tight. So game design is too tight. I'm fine, you know, I'm fine with just some nonsensical pipes around. I think I've done enough with that. So maintenance 1. Artistically it's fine. We need some more stuff there. Game design, do some thing with the space. Yeah, I'm fine with that. It could seem like radiators, basically. Oh yeah, our combat arena is laughably bad. Yeah, combat chamber. So yeah, combat 1. I'd say more enemies. Actually, I'd say this is a bad place to have the combat chamber because the room doesn't lend itself to seeming like a combat arena, I guess. Like, you kind of have to hunt for the enemies because it's such a big room with this corner here. Like, what I should do is condense it down so that this is the main... Like, this is the room that has the combat encounter. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Condense... Well, I guess I'm fine with it, really. Well, no, I'm not. Am I fine with it? Or maybe add some pipes to jump on to get up to a bridge. Okay, that'd be fun. Oh, so I'm going to switch back to standing mode. Yeah, this stream is not as exciting as I thought it would be, since it's mostly just planning out all the stuff that I need to do still. But yeah, I think here, I think this should be the combat arena. Make this the combat arena. Ironically... Yeah. So this would be something else, and I think what we're going to do is the art, I think I want the actual cave ceiling here for the first time. Oh wait, no, that's not true. This part should maybe also have the cave as the ceiling. Well... Yeah, you know, I think that is what I'm going to do. I'm going to make this, art, end of the facility. So, expansive cave, some stuff way in the distance, or another. And then it might have like nothing, like no lore, nothing at all. It's just like, so instead of this being like this fixed size chamber, there'd just be a wall here, and then a cave, and then another wall, or like part of a facility way off there. That would be good. I'd like that. Okay. Yeah, I'm cool with that. And then I'm gonna say... That leads back into... Oh yeah, that leads back to these bridges. Do I want something more with the bridges? Maybe some more optional content? So yeah, I want maybe like you can climb up to like here and then get something out of it. And then you can not do that when you get all the way up here. Oh wait, I know. Or when you're up here, you can, like, drop down to something else or something. That'd be fine. Okay. So, art, heat, sink. So, like, cave walls. So, cut out again. Do the same as you. Will I be on the PC for 5 hours? For game development, that's not unusual. Or I guess for a lot of the time, I'd say 5 hours is pretty normal. Admittedly, I kind of don't understand the question. Oh wait, and also game design here. Jumps are too hard. Do not require roll jumping into a climb. Mix in some other actions. Okay, that's fine though, because yeah. Right now there's way too much roll jumping into climbing stuff. And yeah, this needs to be repositioned with the new design of the chamber in mind. And then we have Escape 1. Okay, so Escape 1, definitely I was really half-assing these parts. So I'm going to call this probably more of the heat sink. Actually, ooh, I think what it could be is, it's a platform that's right under. Oh, that'd be interesting. Hang on. Art. Under the, Combat 1 room. So lock the doors until the capacitor is removed. So as already mentioned, thanks for accepting my friend request. Yeah, no problem. So yeah, the art would be, yeah, bridge under the combat room 1, lock the doors until the capacitor is removed. Probably a falling platform, maybe a more complicated falling platform, or falling bridge. Yeah, I think that'd be fun. Basically, like, now we can have specters that are released, that are shooting at you, but I don't think that'd be very difficult to deal with, because... Oh wait, but it has to go up. I guess maybe it could go up all the way to here, and then you loop back around through this door. Okay, I think I know what I'd do. I'm going to reconnect this, so that way you actually loop back up into Combat 1. Into Combat 1, and then game design. A challenging take on the platforming. Maybe, yeah, I think falling platforms plus enemies. Yeah, I think that makes sense. And plus, you can do some more extreme climbing. It's been better. Yeah, the job market in the US, yeah, compared to other countries, it's still probably better. Yeah, I'd say, I guess, compared to other countries, it's probably pretty good, but it's not as good as it used to be. Okay, and then the combat. So escape combat 1. I think this is going to be art, mostly a cave, I think. Game design, lots of enemies and things to move. And then probably, oh yeah, I forgot, because yeah, right now it's just one guy. And then we come down into a different maintenance area, and then this is Escape Chasm. I think what I'd want here is, yeah, we'd want to see the floor of the thing and then like a massive cave. I see. Yeah, it's not terrible here. Yeah, and here we need... I want more... I guess just falling bridges. That'd be good. Falling bridges of more complicated shapes. Escape chasm. And also for the art, I want, yeah, to see the floor, or to see underneath the facility. And then the pipes are going to be mostly the heat sinks. Do I have any dates in mind for going to Japan or Korea? Nothing planned yet. Yeah, I've been thinking of traveling sometime this year. Okay, that leads us back up to here. Where am I? Oh yeah, I'm here. Because we can't actually get the capacitor. Because Rousey isn't here to get the capacitor for us. Actually, wait, can't we get it? We should be able to get it. Hang on. I want us to be able to get that. So yeah, we can get this, where's that capacitor? It's probably in the capacitor section, which is actually quite far over here. Thanks. Okay, where has my little dog gone? My itty-bitty teeny tiny capacitor room. So this needs the actual ability to lock on capacitor removal enabled. So that should be enabled. And I think locked on capacitor removed is fair there. So basically now I can take the capacitor and that shuts down everything. Okay. And that'll be relevant later in the game when Razia will, like... Basically, the player will be able to take capacitors instead of Razia, and they get something of a rivalry. But I don't know why the player would feel like they should do that now. Maybe they're just crazy. I suppose the problem is if I give the player a prompt, so will I upload a photo from the trip or will I start a blog? I'd probably upload photos. Somewhere at least. But okay, right now, our very cool combat arena. Oh, wait. You aren't even, like, alive. Interesting. That door was open, though. But okay. Yeah, those falling platforms don't work so hot. I need to figure out a way of making it so that, like... I guess maybe I could have a fan attached to some of these, like, I think there should be, this whole area should have a larger, like, heat sink type thing. And then the player, like, intermeshes with it. And so, like, the fans are more important and stuff like that. Yeah, that makes sense. Alright, there we are. And I like that final thing here. Oh, right, yeah. Game design for the final tube. Maybe. Yeah, maybe Discord. Maybe Twitter or something like that as well. But okay, so escape pipe. Escape pipe. Design pipe is too hard to get out of. And then also, once we're out of it, I want to have a better way of getting back out to here. So I think as I redesign the medium, I should keep in mind once the capacitor is removed. So let's do that here. So medium, game design, ability to get out to the door after removing the capacitor. Okay. That seems fair. I don't want to do any of this today. I think that's kind of everything. At least in terms of, like, game design and aesthetic, I think. I know what I can do. I'll remove some of those one-way doors today. Render them one-way, or render them two-way. Like, let's see. This door here, there's no reason this should be two-way or one-way or whatever the hell I just said. Yeah, like, because I don't want the player to get, like, stuck here. There we go. Why does that warn me every single time? Okay. And then other places that don't need doors. I guess this one's fine because it's pretty easy to just get up here and then get out here. This door, I could have a wire that goes from here to there. Hang on. Will I eventually find it? Maybe. Okay. So this will be an exit. Let's call this exit button. So yeah, this way if the player gets bored, they can leave. Which door should this be? Maybe this door? Yeah, fair enough. Wait, hang on. Curve, make that unique. Okay. And these I'm fine with having as a one-way door because this is now a point of like no return-ish. And then what I need here is this is going to be not key that. Let's change this sensor to be triangle tablet. Okay, triangle tablet. Yeah, so basically here, item pickup. Pickup triangles. And this way the player can actually get out of here. So Korea and Japan are beautiful. So they don't speak much English. Yeah. It'd be nice to live there. And I'm going to say this is going to be triangles, tablets. This door, one of these is a door, this one. Okay. Where the heck is my pickup for triangles? Oh, right. I don't do that. I get this, pickup, item, pickup. There we go. And then I put that down. And then what I can do is I can have a triangles tablet, and then we can have triangles. Let's get like the gem. And for now, I'll be fine with this to just or make it so that I don't get soft locked. Okay. That should be fine. So yeah, now if I get through this place, I can then very quickly get back into the medium without doing all that other stuff. Oh wait, I'm literally not supposed to be able to do that though, aren't I? Oh wait, no, I can do all of that stuff first. Okay, this is fine actually. Oh, but that does mean that if the player doesn't get the triangle tablet here, they will not be able to get back into... That'd be funny. But okay, so let's see this, get that. Okay. So now that works. And now the question is, why does that not do... So which of these reflection probes is not being controlled properly? I think this one has a group? No. I see. And that's because lighting controller needs to have a inspector gadget here. Light nodes, okay, that's what I need there. So now the lights will actually turn off when I do things. And it'll be quite difficult as well to figure out when I should turn on the reflection probes because they'll be too large for the, whatever it is. Okay, now this place is getting its spook on. And now the fog is very useful for being able to tell the overall shape of this place. Okay, so that removes a few of my potential soft locks. So yeah, let's go here. Room by room, landing, soft locked. Well, actually... No, I think this is fine. Okay, so the landing here... Art, some sort of research thing, I don't know. Hopefully. But alright, so I'm cranking my brain here, trying to figure out which doors are not necessary. Which other doors should I remove? Could I remove, even, dare I say? Oh wait, yeah, the one here, that's utterly... Oh wait, no, this door matters because, Okay, so I shouldn't remove this door. I forgot why this door even existed. It's for a massive challenge. But I can add another standing button. And that'll be here, and it'll just do that, and then wire that up to that. Oh, wait, no. Lower that down there. There we go. And I shouldn't even worry about the shape of these, because they will not be there forever. But okay, there we go. So now you can go back the way you came. And then this door here, that door there. Okay, so I think all of the major doors that I care for are two-way now. Because, yeah, on this side, we got a completely different workflow. We got a completely different world, universe here. Less softlock potential. Alright, let's call that, I guess for overall fixes... Many don't need doors that close at all. Well, they kind of did. Okay, so I think that's that. Mark certain rooms of a chunk as always visible. I can do that pretty quick as well. So yeah, I'm thinking basically the room would just have... Oh, it literally has it here. So yeah, we just go through if R is room. If R dot entry. Oh wait, no. This is the wrong place. So compute bounding boxes, compute adjacent rooms. Check viz. We do that for R and rooms here. If... Oh, wait, no. Viz R equals true. Basically, if this room is an entrance, it's always visible because I can't be bothered to figure out a more complicated system at this point. I can eventually do that, but that'll be fine. But now what I can do is I can go back up to the top of the game, and it should always be able to, like, determine things like that. Player... I guess what we do actually is close that, delete my autosave. So now, doesn't work properly because I need to actually do this, so if not room dot entry room dot hide. There we go. So it will not hide entries by default. That was one issue. Then the other issue is it currently doesn't check other things, I guess. But okay, then when we come into here, it should have the adjacent chunks loaded now, which it does. Then when we come into here, it has the other adjacent chunks loaded. Beautiful. And eventually I can even subdivide chunks further. So am I going to eat something? Yeah, I'll have dinner after this stream, basically. Not sure what yet. But we do have leftover beef, so it'll be plenty of meat. Probably just another burrito. I think we have beans as well. That'd be fine. Can't go wrong with ground beef and beans. But yeah, I am quite happy with this system for the like the loading of adjacent chunks. Because yeah, it's worked pretty consistently. I think, yeah, the main thing will be figuring out how to make certain things only visible if like multiple chunks are visible, or like one of multiple chunks are visible, like the reflection probes, for example. Oh yeah, oh yeah, I forgot. This one's trivial. Because you just come up to here, and then you're like back down here, and you can loop back around if you so choose. Yeah, this platforming challenge sucks. I could figure out something better to do there. Let's see. I guess what I'll do first is get status. Commit M. Let's say opulent medium. Preparing. Yeah, no worries. So yeah, opulent medium. Planning work to complete the area. I think it'll be nice to have these two basically just, yeah, be one cylinder. That simplifies this. We can split these two out. I'm glad that I made this into like a thingamabob, whatever I did here. Oh yeah, I'm glad that I have the modular room system now. That makes my life easier. Definitely is important to eat, because yeah. I might not be... Maybe I don't eat enough. So what the heck is this thing from? This thing should be inside the landing. Because this is the pickup triangles tablet. And I guess I'll keep the name. I think all of the rooms here, the only room that I need to add left is the lab. Alright, what's some other low-hanging fruit that I can do now? Because I have 10 minutes until I've hit 4 hours, and I like to do the minimum effort that I've promised to do. Ossuary, game design, a way back up. Ooh. Oh, wait, no. I forgot. The thing I was going to do was I was going to make the stripped room 1 not suck so bad. Because this challenge, I hate this challenge. And this one's kind of boring too. I don't like it very much. I think what I could do is I could copy this thing. Basically, move this like that. Duplicate it. Crawl it over. Do this like that. So you basically have this here. Probably like that. That makes my life easy. So I'm thinking all of these, we just move over to like here. Oh, I think I know what I can do. Have fewer of these by basically just having this platform go this way. Oh yeah, I forgot what this was. This was Chrono Cross. I need to play Chrono Cross. I really like Chrono Trigger. I had a lot of fun with it. It's very good for, I guess, a 90s JRPG in terms of story. Which nowadays is not a huge boundary, to be honest. Or not a huge, I don't know. Jumping... I'm trying to think of what I'm trying to say. Not an extremely high bar. That's what I meant to say. A bar, not a boundary. But okay, so we go this way, then we get a little something over here, or like we can, I don't know, do something over here, have some optional challenge, and then we can hop over here, do another little optional challenge or something. That'd be fun. And that means that this is a little bit less repetitive. Yeah, so we just have the 4 platforms going either way. Like that. There we go. Oh, wait. There we go. Keep forgetting. I gotta hold, or I gotta, like, press escape. And then I can, like, select one thing of multiple. Okay. So this is the new design of this. And in fact, I might remove this here. Move this like that. And, like, more in like this. And that way, it's very difficult to jump around this way. In fact, I might even make it more complicated, like having something like, I don't know, like this. So that way you can't actually even, like, platform up. Okay, let's try that. So where are we? Probably in the challenge? Yeah. I think I should space this out a little bit better. I think we can get away with just 3 on each of these, and that way it's fewer jumps, and the jumps are a bit more exciting, which is nice. So did I see Resident Evil Requiem came out? I did. I should catch up with the Resident Evil games. I actually have the remake of the first game. Or I guess I only have the first one. Yeah, let's see what happens if I do this. Move that there. Because yeah, I think this does work. Zoom. Boom. Okay. However, they're not correctly positioned because they don't track their position when you set it manually. Oh, wait, I see. I guess I don't see. Why did I do that? But okay. So now there's a bit more of a chance of doing that. Oh yeah, I was going to make a falling platform that deliberately messes with you. So I think I can do that. Oh, I can do that right here. Hang on. Yeah, basically just have a thing like this. That goes up probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So basically like this, where the player wants to high jump onto it, but too high for them. Only played the 5th one, but very little. Oh, I have played the 5th one. Yeah, I just remembered that I played... only maybe 13 to 14 or so. I think. I think that's how long it's been. It's been a while. There was a long pause between RE6 and RE7. But okay, the player should be able to see that that goes down. Okay. In fact, maybe I should make it so that they want to ledge grab onto it. Yeah, I did have fun with it, to be honest. I know people like to dump on it, but I had fun. It was a good time. Alright, I'm realizing now, actually, I have an idea. Have this go here, so that way the player's tempted to try to ledge grab onto it, and then they fall. And then they're like, uh-oh. But they have enough time to correct themselves pretty easily. So yeah, try that again. Ooh, too far. Yeah, I did not realize that this was so high up. Okay, there we are. And we can just climb up anyway. So it's sort of a deliberate red herring to teach the player about the fact that ledge grabbing counts as being on a moving platform. But I did see a bug there. Yeah, okay, so we should move with the platform when it's falling. I'm going to put that as, I guess, just a bug. Movement. Player does not move when ledge grabbing falling platform. I guess we should either immediately stop ledge grabbing it when it falls. No, that's not quite what I want. I want to still be able to hold it. Okay, but yeah, now we can see exactly what I wanted, which is one, high jumping off of a platform is quite tricky. And two, ledge grabbing the platform also leaves you basically a sitting duck. So yeah, now that part is better. This part I need to re-tutorial, or this part I'm going to change because I'm going to basically make it not flipped. It's just going to open one, close it, open the other, close it. Actually, I think it does do what I think it is going to do what I'm going to do. Let's go. These wires. Wire 1 will not be flipped. Now this one will open. And then I think that door opens. This door closes now. Okay. And so now it's an airlock. Oh, but that does mean that the player's at risk of getting soft-locked if they get in between the two doors. Oh, wait, no, I think the player's guaranteed to get soft-locked now. I'll just test. Yeah, because now they have to wait for that door to open. And then... Oh, they have to do... Okay, okay. So now what they have to do is this thing no longer goes to there, it goes to door 1. And so that little wire there goes to here. Interesting that the curve has decided to not, or the mesh has decided to not follow the curve, which is interesting. I've never seen that happen, ladies and folks. Maybe it's because the mesh is connected, like the mesh is like a unique resource or something. I don't know. But okay. We also need to start designing the, oh, that's another overall fix that I need. Add checkpoints, like, everywhere. Yeah, design, fix the, or add checkpoints, like, everywhere. Okay. And now if we close this, because it does that, and then we just open up that door because I'm too lazy to make another puzzle, and I don't want to have like a soft lock avoidance system. Okay, do I want something better here for these? Because we could do, like, you know, one high jump off of that. Well, I do like that. You know what? I think it's fine. I've seen worse video games in my days. But yeah, now we also have an exit door, so we're not stuck going this way. Which, admittedly, I guess is fine. I guess I'm fine with it. Because yeah, I am thinking, like, what is the point of having a two-way door there? Like, why would I do that? Wait, wasn't there supposed to be a bug in here? Right, now it's just stuck, I think. So yeah, I'll have to move this fan, have to move this stuff around. But yeah, right now I can just climb up the fence, or climb up the wall. But alright. See, I think that place is fine. I think this one, fun. It's fine enough. And yeah, these will be pumps and stuff. And then we get the triangles tablet. And that lets us loop back around to here. And that's very convenient for me. Oh yeah, I thought I thought Razia's pixel was like a pixel on my screen that was like dead. But no, it's just the little green dot from Razia. Okay. But that is room 1, slightly improved. Let's check that off of here. Room by room, top side. Mark certain things as always visible. Build the pyramid. Small adventure game to find the entrance. I do need that. The hall. No, we don't need all this stuff. Yeah, stripped ruins 1. Game design. Make the double door into an airlock. Fair enough. Simple enough. Static floating platform should be attached to something. What are the fans for? I think water pumps. Redesign fans to resemble water pumps. Okay. So challenge 1, make the bridge shorter and have a midpoint with something interesting. So I'll say, design, add something. I don't care. Eventually there'll be some sort of reason to stop at that point there. But okay. But alright, I think that is a day of planning and like 5 minutes of work. A lot of stuff to do, but I guess that's why I gave myself an infinite amount of time to do it. It'll be done when it's done. But okay. Status. So, planning and some work. Oh, and we also should push to drive 2. Okay, that'll be it for today. I will be back on Wednesday with more game development. Maybe earlier in the day. Maybe. No promises. Bah. I'll commit that stuff later. But okay. I will call that a video game stream. Thanks for stopping by. I'll see you later.